Let's go. Take yourself.
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
Nice, nice, yeah. Ah, gotta compete that. Ow. Gonna give me cones. Nice, yeah. Tackle through it. Okay. Okay, what the heck? Home, please. Oh no, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Oh no. How am I lucky? Good. How did I win? I don't know how I did that one. I need to tenderize this before I go to second phase. Okay. being rude. What is... Hello? What is he doing twice? Is he like... Of course. Okay. Charlie, can you stop, please? Good. Good tell. Good go. Oh god, I should have done the stone slinger. Like ready spaghetti. Nice jump. Nice jump. Nice damage. Another dragon treasure, please. Okay. Oh god. I thought I can pull it off. That's fine, we're okay. Are you serious? I didn't think I would fish that fast. No way! That costed me. Unlucky. I ran out of stamina. There was no way I can do that. Isn't it? I didn't think I would cover this time. It's a bunch of zanen, the snack. Okay. One card is fine. Wow, it's 9 minutes only? That's kind of crazy. Okay, well, his head is broken. His body's broken. I gotta find a rock steady. Come on. Okay. Okay, back to the head. Oh gosh, I missed. trying to stop. Yeah.
強力なブレスです。黒竜の足元へ退避を。
Okay. I don't like that move. Oh no. Okay, we're fine again. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, good lord. God damn it. Yeah. Let's have a binder. Nice. Oh, whatever. Come on. Oh no, just standing. Okay, let's not mess this up. I'll probably try to go find more safer and faster route, but let's just still talk. Considering I'm getting punished really hard. It's okay, we got one life, that's all we need. I don't know if I can sub 15 this, but I think I can. I still have a one-time binder as well. So I can probably use the one-time binder to go to second Nova. Okay. Nice. both of his horns are down. Okay, we got this. I keep getting his thighs, like what that clank is. Okay, well.
移動式速射バリスタ使用可能です。
Okay. Nice. Oh my god. No. It's okay. Not this. Okay, good. Good. That. I guess not. Done. Okay, got it.
実在する悪夢をよくぞ振り払った。
Okay, hold on, pause it. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. 18, that's under 20, that's good. Okay, first weapon down. Yes. Kai, what are you doing so late? Okay, I got long sword still. I gotta do long sword. Hoa. That break is running? Okay, sorry, I don't think I can do any hands or whatever. Okay, come on. Okay, what's next? Oh, Challenger Vitality is pretty good, yeah. Okay, pause it. I might have to edit layout. And I might want to do globally so I can actually time it. I don't know why, but maybe I can. Who's the one that asks for possible time saves? Who's the one that chose global? Maybe edit Twitch? No, cancel? I don't know what I do. Okay, settings, settings. Global hotkeys. Okay, good. There we go. So now I know that I can pause it with the number 5. Okay, long sword time. Here we go, chat, long sword. Okay. Okay, change equipment. Long sword. Okay, everything is here. I feel like longsword, I might need to be careful on how I'm gonna go about this, because usually I tend to overcommit, and longsword is all about commitment. Hopefully we can do this. Okay. Okay. Okay, alright. You ready? Next longsword. Okay, let's go, let's go. You start the quest, and then do it. I'm always having like one life left, and it's very, like, scary. That's very scary. I know I've done this many times, and I would say, like, it's not easy, I would say. I think I was scared of Greatsword because I haven't done Greatsword on stream, and now I can do it. Alright, wait. Restock everything before I start. Okay. And then always attend to your garden every quest. Even though you're doing speedruns, you're taking breaks in between. It's understandable that you want to maintain your garden. Alright, let's do this. Next one. Alright. Got this, chat. We got this. Yeah, let's go. Well, dairy fake first phase one. Guiding is very committing. Yes, that is true. Why am I using a glider mantle? I don't need glider mantle right now. Out steady. You okay? Alright, let's go everyone, let's swag.
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
Okay, let's go. Oh god, I'm so dead on this one. Oh nice, I lived. Thank you, Rocksteady. Nice, yeah, nice, yeah. Okay. Nice. Oh gosh, okay, we're fine. Okay. Okay. We got this. I'm not that good at longsword. when it comes to Fatalis, but like that anyway. As long as you're under his legs, you should be able to be fine. You're fine as long as you stay under his legs. Nice. Very good. But try not to overcommit, because I would love to do Spirit Helm, but I can't find a good times to just deal with it, you know? Oh god. Nice opportunity. Take you for a ride. Oh, more dragon treasures. I forgot I have to get something. I forgot I'm supposed to do a thrash before I do anything else. Nice. Then probably use this chance now to just sharpen up to eat before fight. Probably, yes I did, yes I did. Thank you for asking. Okay, we got this. Nice, 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 nice. I wanted to do the combo, but I didn't get a chance to. Oh god, I'm on it. Okay, that's it. Oh, let's see the boy catch. Thank you. Hanging out, sir? Hanging out? Forget it. Oh god. Terrible. That is terrible. Oh my god. I'm not that good with this. Oh yeah, that sounds a lot easier. Thank god I left out. Can do one thing again. Come on. Okay. I just need him to call now, please. Call. Call, please. I need you to call, please. Good lord. Why isn't he calling? I need to house, but otherwise it's not gonna be fun. Face to you. I can't. Is that gonna be fun? Okay, we'll definitely need to break his head. Yeah. This is not fun. I don't know why I don't have healing left. Wait. Just gonna have to deal through this. Good lord, over here please. Thank you. Okay, there's still out stuff here. Okay, damage just had a little bit. That's all that matters. Good. Oh god, I'm so dead, I'm so dead. I'm not? Okay. I'm alive? Come on. Just run. Hi. 머신형. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Okay, let's go. Okay, I got it. This way? Oh god. No. Last thought I could head break, but I got a bit too confident on that one. That's okay. Just restock your items. Again, I got too greedy. That's the problem. I thought I could break his head and I couldn't. Again, greatsword is always about commitment, so you have to be careful. I just grab anything in at this point, yeah? Just get back into the battle. That's all we can do. Okay, I have a template plus, so that's fine. I'm gonna have to start my gauge over again. Good lord. Oh, come on.
強力なブレスです。黒龍の足元へ退避を。
Oh, you serious? Oh, good lord. No, I'm not dead. Okay, well, I think I can still get his He has to turn this way. Oh god, I didn't even get anything out of that. Bad. His head. No! Oh good lord. What was that after doing?
ブレス威力の低減が期待できます。
Nice. Nice. Okay, I got some decent damage. I'm glad I got the perfect. Yeah, I can hold him now. Just have to wait for the right opportunity. Oh, the lord.
移動式速射バリスタ使用可能です。
Oh, come on. Good. Nice. Nice. Thank you. Thank you for pushing me out of harm's way. Okay, I just need him to do... I just need him to call. How much we got? Now we know Sabi. Mimin. my god. That's not good. I should have used my temporal. I know I was holding back. Maybe I'm holding back because I thought it was fine, but it wasn't. I gotta stop holding back. It's okay, not this. Yeah, can you guys help each other? Is that anything? Okay, I'm sorry. I was hesitant.
強力なブレスです。黒龍の足元へ退避を。
Okay. You finally broke his body? Okay, good, you did it. Not good. I'm really not the best longsword user. Come on, Charlie, stop giving up my position, please. Oh shit. Okay.
強力なブレスです。黒龍の足元へ退避を。
Okay. Okay. And all we have to do is just focus on the diamond chest until it's done. Nice. Okay.
見事だ。
Got it.
実在する悪
Oh,
夢をよ
okay.
くぞ振り払った。
Second one is done. Okay. That was good. Okay. What a release. Okay. Sword and Shield is next. I feel like Sword and Shield might be a little bit easier for me because I've been doing Sword and Shield for a while. Okay. I wasted a lot of time on, to be honest, I wasted a lot of time on sword and, like, longsword. I do still have a good time, but still, like, it's not easy. I put 25 minutes, so that way, like, I'm not, I set myself 25 minutes per hunt, so hopefully we are doing it very well. That's all I have to say. I hope I'm just gonna do well after this. Okay. I'm just gonna get more water, and then I wanna get ready for Sword and Shield. Okay. I'm gonna augment this, and then I'll use the restroom. Okay.
Oi.
Or not use some water. I'm being silly. Oh, I have it here. Okay, that's good. Never mind. I'll just grab that then. Cool. Pace myself. Yeah, I know. I have to keep going. But hold on. Let me get some water. Maybe I can do an handbrake in between. Yeah, probably do that. So I'll just be right back, okay? Oh, okay. Oh, you got me. Almost. Yeah, right. That was a one-time. Oopsies. I'm glad. Nothing happened. Nope. Yep. Hey, what was that? Was that a... Does that make us even? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, boy. Anyways,
Battle Cruiser 12567 asked me, when will Reiko quit being the cutest? Reiko's cuteness is as permanent as overcooked risotto. They'll continue to be adorable, whether they're slaying monsters or sipping slushies. Just don't ask them to carry a game unless you want a disaster more disastrous than a Gordon Ramsay cooking show. Trust me.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. Oh my god. You think I can cover it? Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Of course. Bogan Hunter is out to play with me once again. You can see, always want to say something new. Silly goose. Okay, let's get going. Sword and Shield is next. Alright, let's go. I love you guys. You for always being here. I appreciate it. Unleash my innocence and I will. Okay. Sword and Shield next. Let's go. Thanks, Payne. I hope you're having a good day. Alright, let's keep going. Do I have everything? Oh my god, I do not have everything. Bad setup. Badge, I'm badge. Oh my god. Okay, Sword and Shield has rock steady. Yes, it does. Okay, good. Okay. Alright, let's go. Light seed. Okay. Oh, let's go. Hi, Astro. How are you doing?
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。
Let's go. Sword and Shield. Oh god, terrible. That was bad. Hey, no. I got away with murder? I got away with it? How? Okay, let's heal up real quick. Okay. Come on. Can you be tempered, please? Thank you. Yes. What? Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. Oh god. Oh, died. That's good. I thought I died there. I really thought I did. Well, that was close. Okay, now I have to phone B. I just have to go on big to hit his head. Nice, yeah. Oh, come on. Okay. I don't know how that happened, but sure. We'll take that. Oh, come on. Very nice. Okay. Can you go now? Come on, come on. Nice. Oh my god. That's painful. Oh my god. Heal? I'll take it. I'll take it. Might as well just take it. Heck yeah. Not too bad. I'll take it. You know what? We'll just take it. It's not a bad thing. Come on, Cat. Hide. Cat, please. Please, Cat. Oh my god. You are terrible.
兵器を使って黒竜の弾を狙え。
Okay, and one, two, slash. Nice. Good. I still got it. Hi, Hideo. How are you doing? Bad. Okay, not good. This is your bye. Can you do comments, please? Nice. Can you do it again? Nice, really nice, really nice, really nice. Ooh, I'll take it. Give up. Mine. I don't know how I hit that, but I guess I hit the back. That was actually really good. Oh, okay, that's really bad. Okay, I'm in a really bad position. I'm in a really bad position. Thank you. Yeah, go all the way here. Okay, well that's not what I want. I want to hit this sledge. Oh my god, please go this way. Okay, that's fine, take it. Nice. Come on, why do you have to fly that way? Come on, I understand you, Fatalis. Come on. Nice, take it. Okay. Maybe I must do 7. Oh, what the heck? Wasn't that hit from that lane? Oh wait, I can still walk from that. Right towards the gate keys. There you go. What? Hello? How did that even happen? Okay, come on. Bad. It's okay. I don't know how that even happened, but sure. My hands are definitely shaking because it's a different thing I've done. It's not really my normal solo Fatalis. This is going... He's definitely going in the books. Come on. $15 on 3 weapons. Okay. I got zombie. There we go.
内に
ないで。
防護壁を起動せよ。
Can I get a handbrake finally on this one?
黒竜の様子が急変。頭部の破壊なし。ブレスの威力は最大です。
Still? Even? I don't understand. I don't understand, Chuck. Even so there. You would think... Oh my god, why did it aim for that? Oh god. How, Chuck? Need to break his head. Come on. Why is he aiming after Charlie? What? Oh my god, this is some yabai. Okay, come on. I got to eat. It's fine. How? This is why I need part breakers so much. Like, for real. There's a lot of stuff that I need to work on, but hopefully I can get this out of the way. I thought I'd be okay with Sword and Shield, but it's definitely hard to home bait. A little bit, just a little bit. I'm hoping I can clear this one. If not, then I have to retry. Which is honestly not the easiest thing to do. I definitely hate having to restart the entire gauntlet again. Yeah. Come on, Charlie, what are you doing? 1 minute till ballista's ready. I might have to do the other binder just to make it work. Turn this way. Perfect. Come on. Okay. Come on, please, please. Oh, that was so bad. Not sure, I guess we take it. you serious? What kind of emergency gun? Calm down. Yeah, no, I don't have it. A weapon gauntlet. I'm pretty well. Okay, Dragonator. Okay. Okay. Over here, buddy. I think you can hit him from here. Oh, come on, you're joking me. Oh, what the heck? How is that walking casually? It was so bad. Ah, thank God. I can't see where I'm going. It's so hard. Like my own. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, okay, okay. So when shield done, bless you, Lance. Oh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Stretch. Oh. Yeah, thank you for stretchies. Thank you for your package. You're doing my best, Chuck. My hands are shaking. I'm doing my best. Wow, this is tough, Chow. I don't know if anyone has this record, but I could be the first to do all melee world record speed run. 21 minutes, okay, that's fine. Okay, Sword and Shield is done. I get ready for Lance. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be crazy. I'm hoping I can break out on Lance really quickly.
Oh.
Okay, where's Lance? I think it's this one. Okay. Is everything fine? Looks fine. Might need to change my stuff a little bit. I think I want to take off I don't want this. I'll probably run resistor attack. What is this, evasion jaw? Well, I don't need brace, so I'll probably use evasion window here, so I can get at least him level 3. Evade window, which is honestly what I need. I need to take this off. I need to take off. This is heavy, actually. It's so important. Alright, let's go. Hi, Monkey. Hi, Glacier. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing okay. I'm doing the first upper. Okay. Please let me know and DM me on Discord so that way you know. So I can ban them from server. Right now I'm working on my all melee only Fatalis speedrun. So I'm on Lance. I only wish myself the best.
Hi.
But you guys are free to join the lobby. Okay. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, I think we can... Wait, have everything? Not all. Okay. Let's go. Food. Black belt. Let's just go for the safeguard. Safeguard is the best. If you don't know them, don't hack them. But let me know so that I can ban them. But I have to continue my weapon gauntlet here. I hope you're doing well, Monkey. Well, let's get started. Okay, do I have Rocksteady? I do. Okay. Let's go. Oh, yeah. All day good. Sorry for slow message. I was in game. It's okay, don't worry about it. But you're amazing. Aw, thank you so much. You too. Everyone is amazing in their own way. Sorry if I'm not chatting as much. It's because I'm really just trying to focus on this. can just focus on. Come on, buddy. I need pose. And I can probably focus on the defensive. Thank you for letting me know, Glacier. I really appreciate you. No. Hey, what the? I have to hold it. I really have to hold it. I have to be careful not to move. I'll probably just run. Nice, really good. That's really good. I just want him to come more. Offensive good was definitely a good idea. I still can't. Okay, that's interesting. So I can't block that part. Or actually, feel free to send them to Kana as well, so she can ban them. That's just bad. No, just bad of me. I thought I can tank all of it, but I can't tank all of it. It's okay. I'm surprised I get consistent DPS just by this alone. Okay, we're fine. I think I'm doing some decent time on ranch. I thought I could just really hard block that, but I couldn't. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Okay, whatever. What the heck? Okay, hold on. Nice, very nice. Oh my god, Lance is actually really good. Lance is too good now. It's too sublime. What?
兵器を使って黒竜の弾を狙え。
Nice. Keep coming this way, please. Mr. Fatalis. Okay, well that works too, I suppose. My lance being silly. Nice. Okay. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. He's yellow. Come on. Okay, well, whatever. Nice. Agitated at least. Come on. Oh, don't be like that. Can you hear calls? Nice. Good, good. Shall we damage Blunderbuss? Looks like I'm doing good time. This is actually fun. Alright, let's keep going. Okay. Bounce please. Nice. Okay. Nice. Oh god, I'm good. Nice. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Nice. Turn this way. Are you serious? Okay. Good. Oh, thank God. I'm just happy I could do that. I just see him the phone more. Oh, he's yellow. Alright, he's yellow. Nice. Come on. Need to go down yesterday. Need to level up back door. Nice. He's yellow. Good, good boy.
使用可能です。
What? Oh god, I don't have anything left. Forecast it. I'll just forecast it. And let's forecast it. Screw it. Might as well just restock everything. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Let's finish this.
移動式速射バリ
I
ス
already
タ
have demon
使用
drive.
可能です。
Okay, let's go. Ah, Lance is so hard. Sometimes it's like easy and hard. It's easy to do consistent DPS. What I mean by that is that it's the DPS is there, but it's hard to maintain defensive stance sometimes. Oh god. Oh, that was close. That was way too close for comfort. That's way too close for comfort, I'm not gonna lie. Goodness gracious. Why can't I do it? Why
強
can't I
力
do
な
it?
ブ
Why
レス
can't
で
I
す。
block?
黒竜の足元へ退避を。
Oh god. I should have ran the cooling jaw. I should have ran the cooling jaw. I regretty spaghetti. That's okay. Is he on his last one? I think he's on his last leg though. He's on his last leg, it's fine. Okay, come on, climb. He's on his last leg, it should be fine. All he has left. Ah, okay, come on. Come on. Nice. Okay, he's almost dead. Just being patient. Come on. Okay, come on. Okay, go this way. Eventually, moving standings are after this. Nice. Oh,
見事だ。
125.
実在する悪夢を
Okay.
よくぞ振り払っ
Oh.
た。
Oh. Oh, good lord. Oh my gosh. Okay. Dual Blades is next. It should be easier because it's my main weapon. Cool. Wait. What a match. Duh. Okay, 4 weapons down. I'm not even halfway through. I'm almost halfway. I don't need to carve it. I have too much on it. I'd like 100 of each. Okay. Okay, let's go, chat. Great, let's go. Oh, come on. So probably. Alright. What's next? Dual Blades, that's right. Dual Blades, chat. Oh, okay. Dual Blades is next. Just let me see what I have on it. Side up. I have a destroyer cure, but I would like to take this off, to be honest. I'll probably run on. I'm tired of using, so I use Seaguard. It's much better. I'd rather be safe than sorry. See weird armor. Yes. Okay. 2 blades, here we go. Alright. Oh, document my equipment. Where's my... Oh, it's already augmented. Reset pace, please. Please. There we go. Guild Palace. I need Guild Palace. I wish you did good luck. Okay, let's go. Argosy, please. Oh no, okay, it's still good. Okay. They have nourishing extract, but I'll probably run some powders. Powder? Do you mean powder? Okay. I'll go get some steamwork stuff in between, but I gotta get going. Let's go, chat. I wish you the best of luck, Leisha. Evasion mantle? Do I really want to run evasion mantle on this? I guess we are. I guess we're gonna do evasion mantle. Alright, let's go. Yeah. Hopefully this will be my fast one.
頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
It's fine if I take it. Nice. I guess I miscalculated. Nice, yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Run. Oh, good lord. Nice. We have some grams. I'll be fine. What's it? My cat has one type. Oh, that was close. How close the pumpkin? Come on. Oh, what is my cat doing? Hello? Did you like that? Oh, that was not a good position. Okay. So far, so good. Nice. Okay. This way. Oh my gosh, this guy is so silly. Okay. Tell me if I can do this. I'm getting this rewind all the time.
退避を。
I wonder if I can do this side. I feel like this is the only way to do it. Oh, well, never mind. He decides to go this way. Oh, he's not. Oh. That was awkward. He's stuck there. What's the matter? Oh, what the heck? Awkward wrench. That is such an awkward wrench. Thank God I... Nice. Nice. I think I can do a Levi here. I would like to. Well, I don't think I can. Oh God. Okay. Can you count, please? I will have an arrow section. Very nice. Now we got those coins. Hi, Kurt. I'm sorry, I'm just doing the speed run right now. I hope you're doing well. And please shout out to Blue, please. I get it. Oh god. Alright, let's do it. Let's do this. No, I thought I could do it. Never mind. I thought I could do it. Never mind. Oh, goodness gracious.
実在する悪夢を
It's okay, do
よ
your
くぞ振り
thing.
払った
This is the first world record. All melee only. Fatalis speedrun. I'm doing my best. Okay. Dual Blades is now done. Which is good, right? Wait, did I go to the next one? Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh. Nice. Okay, a minute and a half, 6 weapons. That's pretty good. I guess I got good time. Where am I? So I have to do... I have to make sure I run or I keep going on this next one, the Gunlands. I think Gunlands might not be too bad. So I'm hoping that I can only cope. There were so many times where you go to rail first. Good luck. Yeah. I hope you're doing great this morning too. Isn't it like very early for you? But then again, you're asking the same question for me. It's kind of silly, but yes. I think I'm halfway now. So far so good. Here we go. Okay, next one is going to Gunlance. Okay, and then Hammer's up next after Gunlance. Oh my god, I'm scared. I'm scared of Hammer. I haven't gotten in touch with my Hammer in a while. Hopefully I don't fail this one. Okay, here we go. Okay. Old Lance, my lance needs to be missed. Gun lance. There we go. Make sure everything is set. Ah, okay. Quick sheath. I would rather have sheath attacks, not way faster sheathing. Sheath attack is actually really fine. I'd rather have it. Okay. To be honest, I don't think I would need fire resistance, but I'll probably take this off for sheath. You sight. Why do I even have these? Why did I have a... Oh my god. I had a... Oh, this is so bad. This is a bad build. I needed to double check. This is why I can't have nice things, chat. I'll take the jumping evasion, cause level 3 jumping is really good. And I think that's about it. Maybe? I don't know what else. I don't know what else to put. Everything is here. Wait, yeah, I have weakness exploit. You know, probably good. Blight resistance again. Resist or attack. Maybe just take off one jumping attack. Yeah, probably. Maybe I can just run a level 2. I don't think I need that much jumping. There's 3 restore attacks, that's good. Okay. Give him a save. Okay. Alright, let's go. All I can say is I can wish myself luck on this, cause it's not easy. Like having to have the same mindset. Just keep my will to just not be pressured by time. It's definitely something like I have to, like, you know, just shake off. But still my hands are shaking and I'm just doing my best. Always attend to your garden. Okay, everything is good. Oh, let's go. No pressure. I got this. I got this. Yeah. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, next time I should resell my demon jugs and stuff. It's okay. I like it when you're upside down, too, funny. I always love watching your streams. Sometimes I look a lot, but like I'm very happy to see you stream. It makes me happy. Okay, mister. There you go. Why, of course you would. Somehow dropped out of it? Okay. No. Bad. Oh, I know what to do with this one. Yes. Bob. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Oh, come on, I'm mushy. Oh, come on. Next time. Come on. Give me a habanero slushies, please. Oh wait, what? I don't know how you got me there, but sure. I guess I'll take it. Okay. Hi. Can you phone, please? Fine. Oh god, that was a bad idea. Yeah, such a bad idea. That was a little late, but sure, as long as I take the hit. What? Okay, well, whatever. That's fine. Bad start. Sometimes you get these bad starts. Liking is great. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. It does help. I'm doing what I can. Hi, Zanogi. I hope you're doing well. Wait, I actually still have the thing on him. That's hilarious. Come on, buddy. Okay, well that was a mistake. When he does the free thing, you're better off you're better off doing the clutch claw there. Because she's always gonna shoot 3 when he's... Oh! Okay, sure. I'll take these. Just take these. I like how he still has something on his cheek. It's so funny. Oh, that's a smack in the face right there. He didn't like it. He really didn't like it. Alright, oh, nice, there we go. Oh, okay, well never mind. Please. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Okay, well here, there's your chance again. Oh my god, it's in that space. Oh, what the heck? I see that loop by there, but it's fine. Was aiming after my cat. Silly gears. Are you gonna come now? Okay, well that's all I want. Oh no, no. No. Why didn't the dragon pod away? Oh no, this might be it's okay. Let's restock on items. When you card chat, just restock on items. Get your head back in the game. It's okay if you take 1 hit or whatever. You still have other lives, so don't give up anyway. You're streaming this late? I stream early. I've changed some of my stream times. But I stream twice a day, so I'm pushing through partner and doing my best. Just doing my best, you know? Oh. I needed that one, but I would like more colors. Can you give me colors, mister? I need habanero slushy, please. Near the car, I'm looking for the news.
島へ避難せよ。
That's good. Good time. Does anyone have typewriters? I might actually have it. And I would like to play with Fatalis. When I start later today, I'll be streaming it.
防護壁移動式速射バリスタ
Oh god.
使用可能です。
No, this is bad. This is
国
bad.
の弾を狙え。
Can you stop rolling? For goodness sakes, please, please, can you stop rolling? Oh my god. Bad run on gunlands. It's okay, I suppose. Tavi, can you stop that? Thank you. Oh, what the heck? Oh good lord, come on, come on, come on. Oh, that's a bad timing. That was some bad timing. Can I not? Fine, I'll take the hit. Okay. Nice, very nice. I like bones. Can you give me more? I guess he doesn't like Ali for paralyzing. Hey, poor Charlie, he's taking all the hits. Such an awkward space to be in right now. Oh no? Oh, I had to just dive that. Okay. Very nice. Why didn't you hit us in that? Very sound. Come on. Oh, okay, that's not good. Want the animals if he does that and hits you. Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh, that's really good. Oh, this is spicy. Nice. He's got a new mohawk. Look at his mohawk. Isn't it cute? He probably doesn't like it. Okay, now I need him to not be so far, because running is gonna be really hard. See, I knew
起動せよ。
I think I can make it, but just barely. Okay, we got this. What's the fastest way on this fight? You'll have to see. Okay.
黒竜の様子が急変。
Okay, come on. Oh, good lord. That's really bad, awkward spacing. Because it's awkward spacing. Thank God, the Vedic Extender is actually really good. I know, I think a lot of times gods. Oh my lord. That was kind of scary. I just want him to calm it down. Oh no, he's after Charlie. Don't attack my cat. Oh no. Why? Be nice to my cat. Oh good lord. Oh good lord, that was so close. Hold on. Okay, close one. Oh gosh, this is an awkward corner. I don't want to be in this corner, to be honest. I don't want to be in this corner. This is a bad corner. This is a bad corner. Okay, never mind. Not a bad corner. Nice cell. Very nice cell. Can load on him again. Hey buddy, over here. Over here. Yes. Right here, buddy. Perfect. Right where I'm physically will not where I want you. Oh god. No, I missed it. Sad. Super sad. There you go, that's right. Get mad. Get mad. Get really, really mad. Okay. Over here. Okay. Of course you would. I hate that son of a bitch, but it's okay. Oh, you son of a gun. Nice. Oh, that's not what I wanted, but sure. We'll take these. I want my Peaky Blinders. Oh, that was really spicy. That was really spicy. That was really good, to be honest. So far so good. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, no, don't go that way. That was just being a butt. He's now really being a real butt. Do the triple there. Well, I don't know why he does that. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, he's yellow. Oh my god. Yes. Come on, please. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, he's joking me. Oh no! What the heck? What kind of moveset is that? That was so weird. I wanted to perch climb, I decided to climb. Come on, please. Can you please lay down? Okay, can you lay down now? You know what? It's fine. I'm fine with it. Why is he not laying down? This silly goose. This silly goose, right? You're wasting my time. You're really wasting my time. Might as well just use a rolling ballista at this point. How close is my Tempe mantle? Not even close. Oh god, please now, don't do this. Tempe, Tempe, Tempe? Tempe mantle? Oh. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it with that. Nice. 2 habaneros. Oh. Okay, not nice. Very not nice. My bad positioning. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Really a buy? Really a buy? Yeah, that was very spicy. I drank that thing. That's really bad. Come on. Do I have 2 binders? No, I don't. come on, don't do that. Okay, now he's mad? Of course you would be. I'm struggling so hard on Goodlands. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm struggling on Goodlands. Should be more aggressive on the Lanston. I don't know what. Oh god, stop, please. For F's sake, please. Really low on health, and now I can just do a Dragonator. All I have to do is just a Dragonator, and that's it. Okay, come on. Nice. Okay. Goodness gracious. Shit, Godless was actually the longest one. I'm kinda sad. I kinda wish I did better on Gunlance. Frederick, 안녕하세요. I hope you're doing good. What's the fastest clear? I think the fastest clear was like under 15 or under 16, I think. Something like that. It's on my dual blades. That gun lance was actually really bad. Yeah, it's okay. There's room for improvement. Yeah, I'm doing the speed run. I don't think anyone has done a speed run like this anyways. Oh, goodness gracious. My head is still like doing its best. Okay, right, we got it, chat. I believe. Oh my god, a dragon jewel? I thought it was an attack jewel. Thank you. I have hammer. Okay, so I have 5 weapons left.
Konnichiwa.
Come on. To augment everything again. Thank God, the lance is done. Being airborne. That's right. I swear I'm airborne on the fatty hammer. Here we go. I wonder Pretty Senpai's watching because this is me doing hammer solo. Oh god. Okay, let me see. Gunlance, right? Here we go. Oh, Hamley. Where's my Hamley? What's this one? What's this one? Okay, here we go. I might want to use the restroom. For real? Oh, insurance. Very nice. I got insurance, how lucky. Alright, I could get another gourmet voucher and go for safeguard next. So, we're good. Should probably use the restroom, so I'll just go to the restroom real quick and then start. Yeah, just be right back. Look at the water! Wow! Can I just take this all in? That's probably a story. Wow! Is this actual water? Oh, I'm getting burned! I never. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Okay, let's just add in water. Oh my gosh! Wow. Okay, look, chat. Why would I want to swim here? I think it just costs a lot. I think if I just attack fast, right? Oh gosh. That was kind of risky. Got this though. Oh, whoa, what the heck? I went along with it. That was funny. I think I checked it. It should be fine. What? Hello? Oh god. Anyways,
Battle Cruiser 12567 asked me, when will Reiko quit being the cutest? Reiko's cuteness is as permanent as overcooked risotto. They'll continue to be adorable, whether they're slaying monsters or sipping slushies. Just don't ask them to carry a game unless you want a disaster more disastrous than a Gordon Ramsay cooking show. Trust me.
Thank you for the follow, by the way. Oh my god. I just want to thank everyone that have supported me, that has been with me throughout my VTuber journey. I hope that this Christmas I am able to send more light and love to those that need it. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No. I'm dead. I think I'm dead. I think I'm dead. Oh no, I fucked up my run. I messed up my run. I lived? Podcast. No. Oh my gosh. Alright, chat, it's time to Beyblade. Here we go. We got the chance. We got a chance. Yeah, quit that, baby. I love it. It's Beyblade right there. Every time you go gems we get, chat. We're not getting attacked. We don't need to take. We don't need attack for. Challenger 4, let's go! The Challenger 4! Let's go! We got the attack mule, the expert jewel, and the talent jewel!
We have to smush
Yeah.
its head. You got this, Reiko. You got this, Reiko. Okay, I go right. Wait.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, of course I'm coming back to hydrate. Okay, thank you. Thank you for care package. I didn't stretch during my break, but let's go. Let's go. Alright, Twitch. Okay, I don't have everything. Alright, doesn't matter what I have. Better not. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Yes, continue. Right. No, not lighter metals. Holy crap. I need rock steady. Okay. Rock steady. Let's go. Ah.
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が有効です。
Hi there. How are you doing? Got 4 weapons left here. Okay. Come on. Over here, Fatalis. Oh good, this is good. This is a hot spot. You know what? I'll take it. think it actually cold. Okay. Nice. Oh, another ledge area. Oh my god. Chest. Ledge area, baby. Yes, yes, ledge area. Hammerman. Only Hammerman can understand. He doesn't like that. Ain't no way. No way. This is hilarious. What we have us what? Time! Oh my god! Oh, that was insane. That was really bad.
His energy
Oh my
tempted
god,
past
this is
me.
so silly.
I don't know much about this fight. Can you do me a favor? Give Reiko the utmost praise and luck so she can do this goal. Ah, yes. Reiko Hanabi, a noble warrior embarking on a treacherous quest. I shall bestow upon them the wisdom of the ancient masters and the luck of 1,000 dragonflies. May they soar through the challenges like a mighty eagle and emerge victorious in their noble pursuit.
Oh, come on.
Go forth, young one.
No, not good. No, go back. Oh, what? Excuse me. Ah, come on. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Bitch. Oh god. Watch on me now. Ah, Taco, getting dead. What did you do? Wrong message from mom. Hi, I hope you're doing great. I'm doing a world record speedrun right now. I'm all weapons in one go. Taco, you beautiful being. I hope you're doing well.
使用可能です。
Oh, come on, Charlie. Why you giving me magic position going?
黒竜の段を狙え。
I hope you're doing your best. If you don't know, my name is Reiko Hanabi. I'm a Twitch YouTuber. I mainly play Monster Hunter Overlord. I mainly play Monster Hunter, and I beat Fatalis with all 14 weapons. But it's nice to meet. Oh god, this is so awkward. Come on. Yeah, okay. Come on. Oh wow, that's so bad. Okay, it's fine. I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? What's my favorite weapon? I like dual blade, but I play a lot of weapons. I don't know. I like sword and shield at the moment. It really depends on my mood. Hammer's fun. All weapons are fun. The weapon is only as good as its user. I'm not the greatest, but I'm just doing my best here. Oh no, this isn't bad stuff. That would have looked like. Oh my god. I'm dead, somehow. I'm dead. Chat, I'm dead. Oh my god. You do your best with all you can do? Yes. I'm at Taco. Oh god. Okay, as long as I get ahead. I'm so scared of not getting the head break. But for those that want to just help each other out. The lobby's open. I'm just trying not to... Like right now, I played like 7 weapons. All I have is 4 weapons left on the melee gauntlet. Hunts are long, it's not like a straight run, you know? Oh god. Oh, that was close. Excuse me, mister. Mr. Free Towers. Okay, as long as I get some arrows. Okay. I'm just... Oh my god, I'm really scared. My hands are shaking, chat. It's like you have to have a different mindset. You have to have a different mindset every time you're using a different weapon. Yeah, some are slow, you know? And some are just really fast. And you just have to think carefully. Oh, this is good. You would think that would actually hit him, and it didn't. Like, I thought it would break his head. Oh, boy, what the heck? No way. 1, 2, 3. We got this shot. Oh, what the heck? I've never launched so high up in the air. Alright, let's go. We got this. You only know Light Sword. I mean, not everyone wants to be comfortable and it's fine. You play what you want to play. I'm just a very goal-oriented individual, so I tend to just challenge myself. I mean, not many know how to use other weapons, but to me, I never burn out in Monster Hunter because I'm always learning something new. And when you learn something new, you get like this excitement, this motivation, you know? So far I'm doing good. I like that I'm doing good. Nice. Oh, my health back. Oh gosh. Okay, are you good, mister? Can you give me some habanero slushies? What do you guys call Fatalis? What he does is called? I whipped. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm back. I think I can make it. I broke one of his horns, so it should be okay. Oh, remember chat? Tonetails? I don't know. But thank you so much for the raid. I will do my best to take care of the community. I'm actually doing a lot of damage. You know what? I'm actually... what the heck? Why not? Oh gosh. You just have to be patient with Fatalis. You don't need to run. You just need to be patient. You have to be patient with them. You can't be running and wasting your stamina. See, I'm just walking. You just have to be patient. Remain calm. At all times, just remain calm. Oh look, a ledge. So how are you doing the thing? Oh, I was actually gonna pog his head. Okay, this is a good time to just wallbang him. Alright, making sad. Yeah, thank you. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to make sure you have. Oh, actually have a good tea time. Uh-oh. Come on, mister. Nice. Oh, nice. This is good. This is good. Oh, this is really spicy. Look, I can jump on him. Imagine bouncing again. Oh, I got wood. How not fun. Wait, oh god. Oh wait, what? I got hit. Hello? Oh god. I survived, chat. Oh no way! I was actually doing really good. This game always have intense fights. Okay, we're really close, don't worry. In chat, don't worry so much about time. Yes, you're pressured a lot by time. And that's okay. I know this is a time attack. As well, this is a speed run. But you're going hunt after hunt if you're doing this kind of speed run. You don't really have much to rest, so you take breaks, small breaks in between. These hunts are very long. There? Okay. Can I call you there, Sean? How about you ask the name? Like Darth or something? Like not Darth Maul, but like a Darth Vader. Sounds very sinister. Oh no, this is some bad stuff. Oh, come on. I think we're gonna be okay. We'll be fine. Wait, I already used up the second one, right? We're gonna be fine here. We're fine, don't worry. Okay, well, Mr. Fatalis. Nice. Yeah. Oh, you sword up? Nice.
I kind of want to hear Randy say, meow,
Monster, give me another park break. Nice. Oh, what? Let's go, kitty. I think you did really good. Good job, Charlie. I think Charlie did really good job. I think all I have to do now is just worry about... Okay, we just have to be careful here. Come on, Mr. Oh, good lord. Not this. I think I can hit him from here. Hey, you say. Oh, okay. Okay, I got it. And dope. Nice job.
見事
Oh,
実
okay,
在する悪
insect
夢
wave is next.
よくぞ振り払った
Oh my gosh, thank you, Kai, for sticking around. I'm doing my best here. 2 hours. Okay, this is good. Good progress, chat. Oh, IG mentioned it was Glide when you need him. Huh. Insect wave. So notes on Hammer. You wanna whenever you see a ledge, all Hammer means should know this. You dodge roll into this move here. Aerial attack. Every single time. It starts all back and you can control it too. I'm getting food first, chill. Oh my god, I know Connor too. Alright, here we go. You know, Taco has a special place in my heart, chat. Taco has given me so much advice on, like so much advice on becoming partnered and everything. Yeah, to be honest, maybe I'll tell you guys a little story while I get ready for ads or whatever. I do have something that happened a long time ago. When I was a teen, my throat was infected, and when they performed surgery on it, the operation failed, and it caused me to have something what you call a voice paralysis. Unfortunately, I'm just doing what I can. I'm not really allowed to go outside, and yeah, obviously, it's not easy. I try not to speak a lot in public, but yeah, I just do my best, chat. I wanted to just become a Vtuber, so that way I can become a light to everyone around me. Even if it seems like, you know, my voice, that it always seems awkward at times, because the moment they first meet me, everybody thinks that it's like, oh, you're not like this, you're supposed to be at this age or whatever. But like, honestly, chat, I love you guys, and I only hope for the best. Thank you, Machi. No, this is just something. I just wanted to be transparent with y'all. This is not easy to like. It's not easy to speak up sometimes. But I'm just doing what I can. Thank you,
I'm so
Jumbo.
proud of you,
I'm
Reiko.
doing my
You did
speed
it.
run.
Kryovu is such a good boy. I just wanted to hear it again.
It's
Meow.
just
Keep
so
going, Reiko.
silly.
Meow. And your voice is perfect how it is. Meow.
Oh my gosh, the hog. But other people tend to, you know, just identities as well. I've had a lot of, I would say I've had a lot of things that happened to me. Of course, everyone has a lot of things that had happened to them. But I do my best to just protect myself because I've been hurt for so long. And I just want to make sure that I don't want anybody else getting hurt. I want the best for them. And I love chat. I really do. Don't worry, I'll protect you and I'll be here. Oh, emoji. Thank you, Vice Prezi. Can I get a shout out for emoji, please? Also, your fans here will protect you and care about you. Thank you. Again, the world is very dark. It's very, very cool. Oh, actually, Mochi, I have health fibers too now. I actually got myself a health fibers too. Reiko emo, please, whatever. Danny, silly bucket. Let's go. You want me to help out with you? But more importantly, chat. Yeah, I am. I'm actually getting ready for my insect wave. Okay. The next one that I have is Switch X. Okay. I have to change my element. But surrounded by wonderful people, dude. Again, chat, I always just wanted to be a light for everyone. You know? It's such a dark world out there, and I want to be able to be that light so that way everyone is always positive whenever they come here. I want their days to always be better. So that has always been my motto. So yeah. I have to change this to a dragon. Here we go. I know you're more than light. You give me another reason. Oh, thank you, Cry. I'm just doing what I can, like I said. I'm not the greatest streamer, and I hope that someday I'm able to just go outside and meet everyone and have a good day, you know? Let's do this, chat. I just want to double check everything before I go. I think, what is that, level 5 for now? Yeah. Maybe I have to give up one attack. I'll give up one attack. Try. Evasion
An
window?
explosive asked me, Reiko, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Look at the person you are now. Your past does not define the person you are today. In fact, you have used your past to make yourself a stronger individual. No matter what anyone says, you have taken the step few are able to. Keep moving forward. We believe in you. Ah, wise words indeed. An explosive. Wise words. The past is but a ghost of memories, and one must heed the call of the present. Reiko Hanabi has indeed turned the tides of their destiny like a great ship in a tempest. Their strength is commendable, like the bamboo, which bends in the storm, but does not break. Yes, onward they must go, with our unwavering faith.
Yes, please.
As
I
their
am having a good one, Arya. I'm almost done with my gauntlet. Thank you, Snick. You're such a good individual. Thank you. Well, it's actually really good. Let's continue your attack. Let's finish our gauntlet. So right now it is Insect Wave. For those of you that are new to the channel, I'm actually doing a speedrun of all the melee weapons. And I'm doing what I can. Oh my gosh, I only have 4 weapons left.
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには頭部の破壊が
Thank
有
you,
効です。
Naria. You guys are wonderful people. I'm really thankful for everyone that I've met in my Vtuber journey. I really am. Okay, well, now Fatalis is being a bottom. Jesus. Honestly, I can worry about that stuff later. There we go. Nice. Okay. Come on. Okay. Nice shot. Nice shot. Oh gosh, that's really bad.
Use the spirit of old Grandma Mojine to get through this speed run. You got this. Reiko beat Fatty's ass with my favorite weapon. Kana said, I can say ass, so yeah. Meow. Good boy, Criolu.
You guys are funny. Okay, I have Dragon Bombs, that's all I need. God. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness for Vtubers under level 2. Okay. Oh, that was close. Oh, that was really cool. I don't know. That was my insect wave user. Oh my god, oh, wait, why has... How, cha? It doesn't make sense. Nice. How do you do that? Oh god. Where's his pet, chat? I don't know where his pet is. Can I come bait now? Nice, yeah? Come on. No, oh my god, look ready. Look ready, spaghetti. That's so bad. I somehow. That's ready, spaghetti. Come on. Oh god. Yep, what the same took now. Same mistake twice, please. Kill the bird. Okay. Oh god. That's a little greedy of me. No fucking. I can wallbang him now. I can wallbang him now. Okay, he's going. Nice dog. Oh, come on. It's been a while.
強力なプレスだ。瓦礫の隙間に避難せよ。
Oh yeah, baby. Okay, I can't manage this. Come on. Hi, Star, how are you doing? I know insect wave is mentioned. Whenever insect wave is mentioned, why is here? Okay.
防護壁移動式速射バリスタ使用可能です。
兵器を使って黒竜のダウンを狙え。
It's fine. It's fine. There's some DPS here and there. Okay. No, I did not want to die that. I did not want to die that at all. That was so risky. Holy crap, kids. You have such a risky move. Okay. Okay. Oh, no way.
Even Skoo is here to provide moral support through this speed run. You got this, Reiko. Don't get hit by Cone.
Hold on, I'm out. Hold on. I don't know how, but I ran out of stamina, which is really bad. That's fine. I don't know how that happened, but fine. Wait, what being a ball? Hello? Hello? Oh, where? Oh, where? Oh god. How, Jack? Hi. Got to be careful. I'm so scared, Jack. I really am. How? Okay. Nice shot. Okay. I'm dead. No way to get out of that one. Okay. We're good. It's okay. Hi. The head break at least. Oh gosh. We should eat. Fully utilize everything. Eat meal. Okay, I can't use that, but I can use this. Yeah. Come on. I'm trying to save my Rocksteady mantle. I'm trying not to use it. I feel like if I use it, it might be a little bit... Imagine if I just drop off and he just jumps away. Okay, it's not. You know what? I might have to. It's kind of smell. What the... Okay, come on. Hi, Kenma. Sorry. Good thing I left. Oh, but I ain't telling that. Okay. Your eyes will open. Do everything in my power to just... I need to be in peak performance, chat. Okay. I was so wrong.
黒竜の様子が急変。ホームの一部破壊を確認。ブレス威力低減。
Oh, I tried that. I wasn't supposed to know. God. Such an awkward position to be in, to be honest. Look at that.
強力なブレスで黒竜の足元へ退避を。
Okay, we're good, we're good, we're good. We broke one, we broke one. The songs we broke one. What? Yeah, Shanta. I hope you're doing good. Hello, Snicker. Happy. Take it. Oh, what the? Oh no, 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 no. That was bad animation. It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Okay, we're fine. Everything's tight up, bro. We saw our feelings, so... Okay, we're fine. You know, temperamental, let's just do it. I know I should have rolled spaghetti, but I'm surprised I'm actually barely doing well. Like, I lack knowledge. I know that I lack knowledge. I'd rather just reset. Oh no way, that is so bad. Oh my god, the animation was like terrible. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. You know what? We'll make it clean. We have to make this clean. So that means I might have to use roaming ballista for this. Yeah, I'd rather do roaming ballista now. I'm gonna have to. There's no choice. He's not even tempered, Jill. It's the problem, he's not tempered. There we go, and now he's going to be. I need to calm down. I'm sorry, chat. I need to calm down. It's hard because you're in the last, like, few moments of your weapon gauntlet. And it's like, your mentality is definitely getting to you. Let's not get rowdy. Let's try to go for a smoke bomb, to be honest. And now my mantle's off. I can't even do, can't even do what I wanted to do. It's fine. That's not what I wanted. let's do our best. Let's just do our best. Focus. Okay, don't look at chat. Let's focus. It's all good, Lord, not this. What the heck? What happened? What happened to him? Good Lord. What the heck happened? What did he do? What did my cat do? I don't know what my cat did. Oh no. I really don't know what my cat did. Okay, let's just focus on being aggressive a little bit. Please. No, it's fine. Just get a little bit more aggressive here. I'm just trying to be safe at this point. No. Okay, I just need a water in now. No. This will not be my run. You hear me? It's not my run. Yeah. Please. Good Lord. Stop flying, please. I don't know if I did the second Nova. I don't know if this is third Nova or second Nova. Was the second or third Nova? Come on. Oh, actually, maybe I can do this. Give me 10 mantle. Give me 10 mantle. 。 Okay, 10 mantle. 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 10 man What? It still reaches up there? He's off. That means I can open. Okay.
装置を完全破壊。ブレス威力の大低減が期待できます。
Nice. Okay. Sweet jacks. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so brutal in the mind. This is so brutal in the mind, chat. 27 minutes. That's so bad. Oh my god. Switch Axe is next. Oh. This is so terrifying, yeah. Shout out for Odia, please. Hey, get a shout out for Odia.
崩落的束缚，化为利刃。宿命的囚笼，由我斩断。
Oh my gosh, this takes such a mental toll to do. It's such a mental toll to do. You have to make sure you don't reset. Wait, this is brutal. I'm telling you right now. I feel like Switch Axe might be easier for me, but we'll see. I said that on my inside glee, but it's still like a hard thing to do. Okay. Couple more left. I hope you're doing good. Aldia 07 to you. Okay. Okay, release on that. Okay, IG's done. I'll have a Swex, Charge Blade, and Anti-Horn. Oh, okay. Come on. Okay. Oh my gosh. Giga Chad. Wait, what? Giga Chad Reiko only use Kensec mark to collect extract? Wait, what do you mean? Dude, Johan, that's good to see ya. Augment. Oh gosh. You have no idea how brutal this is. It's getting more brutal because I'm towards the end of the whole thing, right?
It's me! Praise me!
Hi, Coffee. I saw your meme. It was really funny. Okay, Switch Axe. After that is Charge Blade, and then Hunting Horn. My heart right now? My heart is racing. Please. Oh my gosh. Wow. This is so tough. I'm gonna upload this on YouTube, chat, okay? I'm gonna upload this on YouTube. Oh, my heart. Okay. It's intense, chat. You have no idea. Okay. I have to attend to my garden, chat. It's really important. If I lose my bus, or my bus on my garden if I don't. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, let's go. This is it. 3 weapons left, please. Okay. Visa. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I had to press spacebar to start the timer because it's hotkey there. Okay. Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry, I didn't know there was an ad break.
頭部の破壊が有効です。大砲やバリスタを利用して。
Since I learned how to do this. Oh, I had some fucking... Okay. I'm not gonna ZSD spam, only because I don't like doing that. I'm combo the way it's intended. I'll combo as intended. I'm not a ZSD spammer. I'll only ZSD once per bar and that's it. Okay, that's fine. board. I actually died. Big mistake. Like too ready spaghetti. Dead right on time. See, I really don't want to use the SD, and that's the reason why. God damn it. I also don't need enough damage to do that. Good. And now I can do this. Take it. That's good damage. Again, I don't need ESD to be able to win this matchup. A lot of people spam on this, but you don't need to. You just have to get good at comboing it. Oh, what the heck? Opportunity. It's fine, I'll take the hit. Please. Nice. Oh good, this is good. I'll do early. Right there. That's how you truly switch acts. Don't GSD spam, please. Learn to combo it, and that's how you get good. You don't need to do the other combos, like for real. Like, I don't ZSD. Don't ever ZSD, please. I might forecast after this. Oh god. Look at that. Look at that. I'm even carrying front without ZSD. To all switch hacks means, please. Come on. I might just be a switch hacks enjoyer, and I just like... Oh gosh. Oh, thank you for knocking me back. Easy. I like the little damage that I do. And I need to reload on this one. Yeah, and you want me to reload? I was like, I really need to reload. Oh, I kind of formed. Oh god, I gotta get there. I don't have heals. Other than my mega potions. Oh good lord. This might be a careless run, but we'll have to see. It's fine. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Oh my gosh. I know CSD does power damage, but to be honest, I went without it. Axe is just way too good. Axe into sword mode is just way too good. Like, you wanna fully utilize the weapon to the max, that's what you want to do. I think I wanna use dash use because I tend to use the combos a lot. This might be my fastest run, only because switch hacks. Maybe I enjoy so much switch hacks. That's just me. Maybe that's just me. Might struggle with hunting horn. That's the only thing I'm gonna need help on. Like, my mentality has to be just really on point on that. Okay. Good word. Okay. Yes. No. Stop that. Nice. Thanks for the convenience. No, what are you doing? That's fine. We'll take it.
激流層使用可能です。
Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, the knees, are you serious? Okay, I might do some hot damage on this.
強力なブレスです。黒竜の足元へ退避を。
Nice! Doing really good. I think I'm doing really good. No, I'm not. You're gonna need that smoke. Oh good lord, now I do. A dirty spaghetti. Are you joking me? Don't be a baka. Okay. That's so awkward. The side, I like how this, like a baka. I like how the side one I like how the side evade is really good. I actually like it. Come on. No, bad. Stop it. Oh, this is spicy. Oh, no way. There's some bad stuff. Oh, that's close. Come on. Nice. I think this is the third Nova, right? I think this is the third Nova. It's over. No, he's over. Yeah, I just need him to come over here. It's over. Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to beat it with ZSD. You don't need ZSD to beat it. Look at it. Look at it. I clearly just beat it with just sword and axe combo. And then in the axe buff allows you to do extra hits. So each hit will do a fixed amount of 50 damage. Oh, that was close. Okay, 2 more weapons. Charge blade on hunting horn. Goodness gracious, chat. Can you guys check if anyone else has done this? Is it just melee only? Like, melee only? I really feel like no one else has done it.
It kind of smells
CB is next.
like a baka.
Yeah. Potential jewel. I don't even need potential jewel. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Oh, I was just drinking in the mid-clear, but sure.
お待ちしてました。
Yeah. Charge blade. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. When this game was in the most definite hot time, as long as ever came. Okay. Oh, okay. Power belong to guard, offensive guard. Capacity boost. Okay. But don't think I need for tree. I need evasion at least to be level 3. So I'm gonna take this off and then put on evade window. Wait, talent. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, agitators at 7. Wait, tool specialist. I might as well just not use that. I'll just run the calendar tool. And then instead of this one, I can probably run something. I don't know. I don't know what I want. We'll just run an evade extenders. Audio's gonna hate me for this, but I would rather have comfort at the moment. Because the last 2 ones are gonna be... Well, maybe not so much charge blade, but hunting horn is still gonna be the most toughest one.
Oi, oi.
Okay. I'm just afraid of a loss, and I'm not gonna end it like that. I don't want to end on the loss. Having to go through all of this. Okay, so I do have health regen on it. Good. And now I just need this. Health regen. Layered weapon. Okay, well, I do like Halachium. Beijing Blackie is pretty cool. Wait, what does Charge Shoulder look like? Then... Nanidanti looks kinda cool. You know what? I'm gonna go for that. I like the look on it. Oh. Okay, let's go. We got this. Just focus on the last 2, cause all we need is the last 2 to clear. No pressure. Okay. Don't forget to hydrate. I will. Thank you. Got it all. Botanical. Collect everything. Fertilized. Surf soil. Actually, I'm fine here. Why, I'm good to go. This is it. 2 more weapons, chat. Okay, here we go. I don't have the Devil May Cry. Okay, here we go, chat. We resume. What? Okay. I have artillery. I do not need artillery. I'm just gonna swatch. Oh my god, silly Danny.
最終形態のブレスの威力を弱めるには
Why am I
頭部
using
の破壊が
Lighter
有効です
Mantle? But sure.
大砲やバリスタを利用して
I guess I'll take Lighter Mantle and then switch to Rock Steady afterwards. No, come on, don't be like that. No. Okay, it's fine. Remember, I'm still a beginner for charge blades. Oh wait, he's not Hajid. I need him Hajid. You know. Here we go. Time to do massive damage. Oh, come on, don't be like that. What? By the hand? Hold me by the hand. Okay, well, that's somehow so good. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, that's not fair. What? Can you stop that? Like, there's so much that he's doing that. It's annoying the heck out of me. Kaya? I like to heal so much. a shout out for Rosie, please? I hope you did well. Okay, come on, come on. Oh, good lord, please. Have mercy on my soul. Okay. Please, please, please. Why is this so hard? Okay, okay. No. Oh, it's hard. Focus, 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 focus. It's fine, it's fine. He's yellow, he's yellow. He's yellow, he's yellow, he's yellow. I need this, I need this. Where's the stone? Oh my god. Okay. What? I ran out of stamina? Are you for real? How do I run out of stamina? No. Bad, bad. Okay, okay. Oh my god. I hope you're doing well, Rosie. Oh god, please. No way. Punish, punish, punish. Punish, oh my god. Okay, please, 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 please. I'm breathing. You woke up early for once? Oh my god. I woke up early and decided to just say, you know what, let's just do it. Oh god. Oh, big mistake there. Come on, come on, come on, open. Oh my god, please. Onegashi, please. Oh my god. Onegashi, please. I'm not wearing it. Nothing. Okay. Heal, 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 heal. Oh good lord, not good, not good. This is your bye. This is your bye, this is your bye. Oh my god. Quick, 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 quick. Oh, this is a bad angle. Bad. Oh my god. My hands are shaking on this weapon. Olivia says it's not too bad, but this is, for me, it's like... when you have, like, so many uses versus me with, like, 30 uses, hello? Sorry if I'm not, like, talking as much on tap, because I'm really focused. This is my, I feel like this is the first. I don't think anyone has done something like this. Oh god, I have no healing. Okay. Oh god, please. Onegashi, please. Oh, nothing. Literally nothing. Why blown up on my cat? Leave my cat alone. Okay. Got it. Nice. Such a high committal weapon. This is such a high committal weapon. Okay, good. Nice. Heal me. Nice. Nice. Get down, up, that's it. Oh god. Okay, come on. Oh god. Well, he's yellow, so... He's yellow, so he's more big again. Oh my god, I'm so doomed. I'm so doomed. I'm so doomed. Oh, I live. I have no healing. Good lord. I saw this. It's fine. Oh my god, she please. This hit my heart. This hit my heart. Why are you flying? Are you flying? Oh my god. Okay. Please, please. Oh my god. Okay, go to Rocksteady. You need Rocksteady. Wait, come on. Where's the weapon? It's called a Charge Blade, so... With Charge Blade, you have 3 different modes. One is very complicated. But if you master it, yeah, fully, it's a very situational weapon. You have to be patient. It's a very heavy weapon too. I know, it's actually, I'm honestly like, trying out a weapon. I think a lot of times when people want to try a new weapon, it's okay to be scared. I'm scared of this weapon still. I'm not joking you. I'm scared because it's so heavy. My camera is not as heavy, but you can feel the weight on this one, you know? Like, having to sheathe their weapon is just a vibe for me. Okay, come on. Okay, good. I can use this one. Nice. Okay. Okay, no. And... oh god. You see how slow? Like, oh no, I didn't restart. Good lord, this is not good. I did not restart. See this chat, whenever you think you have to restart. Habit items, literally. Chainsaw. I like this mode. This is not meant for multiplayer. This weapon, this is such a solo weapon. Truly a solo weapon. Oh god. Oh, I have nothing, chat. Please. Oh my god, please. Please have it in your heart. You should retire soon. You know, I should be more aggressive. my god. Hi, Andrew. I haven't seen Iceborne yet. Oh, it's just got Teostra? That's good. Welcome in. I think these are the last two hardest weapons for me. Like, literally the hardest weapons for me. Like, I wish I could cheese faster, but I can't cheese any faster. Do you have a favorite monster? I do. I like tigers. Tigers is like a tiger and a T-Rex. You'll see it. It's a beautiful monster. Oh good lord, I hate this. I'm just... Oh gosh. I'm worried about time too. Okay. I'm so worried about time right now. I wasted too much time on that. Okay. You'll love it. You love the new monsters in Iceborne. 12 minutes left. Okay. I have to do my best on this. Okay, come on. I'm so dead. I hate... Oh my god, that's so... I'm on a blue side. Yeah, this is the hardest weapon for me. You see how slow it turns? I wish, even with, like, Quick Cheese level 2. Even with Quick Cheese level 2. It's just so... either punished, like, really hard. Cause like the chance, I wish in like they have something in Rise where you can switch your forms really quickly. In here, it's just I don't know what to say. Yeah, oh my god, I have to keep going. It doesn't matter. I still have to keep going. This is so nearby. It's gonna take me a while for this. Like, I need more experience on Charge Blade. And I don't do a lot of Charge Blade, it's because... I don't like it on multiplayer. I upswing a lot of folks. Yeah, it's really like... It's just like that. Like heavy weapons, for example, like Great Sword. You have to find the opening, but like, you can't really like... I would be so frustrated and inspired by... Oh, thank you. But it's really not easy, like, having to know these weapons is not easy. Like, you have to memorize everything that it does. Every single weapon. I don't even know if I have a health augment on this one. I feel like I do. Okay. But we have to get back. Hopefully I can get this right because these last two are the most horrible ones. Okay. What? Epic Oakazord. Who's... Wait. If you guys don't know, I always go to Rosie's chat, and I love her community so much. It's such a wonderful, like, community. I go to her streams. I go to a lot of people's streams, and I really love. One of the reasons why I go to Rosie's is because, like, she has a way of just discussing certain topics, and it's just really nice to listen to. So if you want to check her out, please do so. She's really kind. She plays Monster Hunter World as well. Hey, should I be nervous? Absolutely. We gotta clear it. We have to clear this. My goal is to finish this. I lost so much time. Okay. Hi. My best advice, chat.
Hi.
You have to make sure your garden is maintained, right? If you don't maintain your garden, you're not gonna be able to receive its full benefits. So always make sure you're fertilizing your garden. Alright, here we go. I'm very scared. I might have to re-optimize everything. I think I'm not gardening a lot. To be honest, I don't even want to use this. I might have to just give it up completely and just forgo it. I might have to just do something like good cheese. Good cheese? The cheese invasion? I wouldn't mind giving up some of it. I really don't block. I don't need to block. I know I want to use my stuff fully, but to me, I just don't see it. I don't see it at all. Animal expert? I might just do that. I might just do animal expert. Yeah. Yeah, I might just do that. And I just forgo like one attack boost for a critical eye. But yes, please, like, give her a follow. She's a really, really wonderful. She's one of my favorite cows. Actually, she is my favorite cow. I don't think I've seen any other cow VTubers out there that are as good as her. You just saying. I think for caffeine, I might have to do something like... Beef jerky. Actually, chat, I've been snacking on, fruit jerky. Fruit jerky is amazing. Have you guys tried fruit jerky? You guys should. You all definitely should. It is amazing. What do I need physique? I feel like I don't want, like... Oops. I feel like I don't need critical physique. Probably medicine. I feel like it's medicine I'm having issues with. No critical evasion here. That maxes out my critical evasion. Done. Okay, cool. Cool beams. Okay, so maybe instead of evasion 2, permanently... I need to be cool, kids. So cooling jewel. And then... I'll give up one of these for a sheath expert. Oh, sheath evasion. Okay. Cool. Sheath evasion, critical evasion. Where's expert? Uh-oh. I'm sheath expert, right? I don't have one. Uh-oh, this is yabai. This is super yabai. I don't know what I want. I don't see any other expert jewels here. I wish I had a critical expert. It's just critical evasion. No. There's no sheath expert in the home. Can I give this up? if I get this up, will I be fine? I'm not fine. That's not good. How about Wax? Am I giving up Wax? I feel like I only need 2, right? Tychus, okay. I feel like I don't use that. You know, it's fine. We learned today, chat. We learned today. Kid, you like dried mangoes? I do. I love dried mangoes. Your kindness really does mean so much. I mean, like, chat. My goal has always been the same. My goal is to be a light to everyone around me. Whether it's a partner, whether it's a viewer, whether it's a friend, it doesn't matter. I've been hurt for so many times. I want to be able to just spread light to those around me, so that way they don't feel the same, like, pain that I had to go through. I really want to, you know? Every time when a person comes in here, I want to make sure that they are more happy than they were when they came in. I mean well. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Well, you cheat them and so many. I'm not perfect. I don't expect myself to be, but I do wish. I do hope. I feel like this is the year I'll be partners. Oh wait, oopsie, sorry chat. I gotta plus 20 that. I'll make sure I plus 20 that. Remind me, chat. It's fun if I take the hit. Okay. Oh my! Nice. Nice. Nice shot. Oh. No. Oh. Okay. Hello, and this way. Ow, what the heck? Oh, and I'm just being silly. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. This is a house too. I don't want your popcorn chicken, you understand? Oh god. Oh, good. Reload. Okay. Nice, yeah. What was that combo? I don't know what that was. I really don't know what that was. I've just learned that today. What is that Vtubers? What? Hello? Oh, I didn't like that one. Okay, that's close. Alright, just be committed to the weapon, right? Nothing wrong with the weapon, chat. Sometimes you just gotta... Oh gosh. saw in the background and help. Oh, never mind. Okay. He's after my cat. Leave my cat alone. How dare you? Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh gosh. No, this is not good. This is Shabai. Nice. Okay, Mr. Stop eating habanero sushi. Oh god. Why is he doing that? Please relax. Oh, okay, never mind. He is relaxed. Just kidding. Just kidding. Hello? Well, I'll take that. Okay, it's fine. Hey, nice. Down, up. That's how you do. Down, up. Down, up, up and down. Isn't that a song called Up and Down? Okay, well now he's just abashed. Mister, can you come down? Mr. Fatalis. Okay, well, I guess you wanna be this way. Goodbye. Oh gosh. I think his phase 1 is over. Oh no, it's not. Oh my god. His phase 1's not over. Oh my god. It's a pizza cutter. Yes it is. It's not delivery, it's a genre. What do you mean? Everybody knows it's not delivery. Oh, what the heck? Come on, mister. Why do you like my cat so much? Oh god, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not. I'm alive. I'm alive. Okay, it's fine. Over here. Okay, you're busy to my... Oh, come on. Why do you keep doing that? Okay, confirm. I would like a habanero slushy, please. What order? Are you serious? Oh god, oh god. Okay, we're good. Oh my god. Nice. Oh gosh. Oh no. Okay, he made it. Okay, so far so good. Okay, 10 minutes, less than 10, good. Okay. Press the wrong button. Oh, good lord. Okay, well, I wasted my temporal mantle. If I cart, it's okay. If I cart, it's fine. That means there's no turning back. I'm just so mad and upset at myself for looking for this smoke bomb. Okay. That's fine. Okay, this guy is so mean. I need to do the long animation one, and I need to get him. Okay, good. I'll just borrow this side. Okay, it's fine. Okay, well, I don't have temple mats anymore, that's just great. No Roman ballista. Good. Good lord. How did I live with that house? How did I live with that house, huh? I don't know how to get to that house. I really don't. I don't know how I'm living. Oh, this is such a hard game. I got this. I'm sorry if I'm not, again, I do apologize for not talking. Or what? Wait till I have roaming ballista. Lord, come on. Is my temporal mantle back? Probably not. I'm waiting for the temporal mantle, come on. Miss Fatalis just likes to jump around. Please. Nice. Okay. Come on. Swear. I'll tell all dear, but I'm really having a hard time to charge away clearly. I'm not as good as him. I'm not as good as him. I'm not that confident on this weapon. I'm gonna practice charge weight, but I'm probably gonna practice my charge weight solos instead. Okay, well. Look at that, he's still gonna take the hit. He's still gonna take the hit. Wait, I haven't done the thing yet. Let's see if I can do it. I need him to come over here. What? Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for follow, Sarah. Come on, get your butt over here. Stop shooting me with your Cheeto balls. Are you serious? Are you serious? Okay. Wow, yep, good. Yes. Good. Hard punish, here we go. Thank you for follow.
強力なプレスだ。取り手内に避難。防護壁を起動せよ。
Come on. Oh. Olivia Chino, sorry. Sorry for not responding. Ah. Okay. Come on. Where's Husky? Isn't Husky sleeping? Oh, I got thrown off by the sound. The board. Oh, I should just turn off some of it. Good lord. Sorry, can you guys please refrain from sound merge for now? Good lord. Can you stop them? Stop. for like the 5th time. It was like doing it for like 3. Oh my god. Are you serious? Oh god. Okay. Okay, Rhapsody. Oh, good lord. Good lord. I have nothing left here. Oh, good lord.
頭部を一部破壊。ブレス威力の低減が期待できます。
Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Oh god. That's the only thing I can do. And I have to heal. Oh yeah. Wait. Do I have a... I still have a binder, don't I? I still have a binder, don't I? No. It's fine, it's fine. Nice. Okay. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. I can finally... Thank God for Hornbreak. Okay, please.
激流層使用可能です。
Okay. There's 2 Novas, just 1 left. I had no more items with me. I'm sad. Okay. Okay. They are very intense. But it's very intense when you don't have, when you're down to the last 2 weapons. And you have to clear it. Okay, come on. Just take anything you can get. Let's just finish this. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, let's do this, chat. I believe in us. Hunting Horn is last, and I probably wasted a lot of time on Charged Blade. Why did I slide? No! Okay. Just shrug it off. Just shrug it off. I really don't want to use this weapon. Please. I need motivation, Tal. That was bad. That was so bad. Okay. I think roaming ballista is still available. Okay, good lord, 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Let's go. Come on. I'm gonna have to bring it. Need to bring him to the Dragonator. I have a couple of shots of this left. 1 minute left on the ballista. Okay. Charlie, what are you doing? Get your butt over here, please. Oh god. Over here, hey! Over here! Okay, come on. Come on. Quick. No way. Okay, come on. It's fine, it's okay. It's okay, just go. It's low on health. You have Rocksteady, like, in a minute. Okay. Oh, come on. Please. Why aren't you shooting? Yeah. Okay. Hunting horn is the last weapon. Oh my god, I'm wasting so much. Oh my god. Yeah, thank you for care package. Oh my god, thank you for the sub. That was very scary. Hunting Horns gotta be the hardest one. Oh, thank you. You didn't have to. I'm very thankful. One more weapon chat, and I'll be the first ever to finish an all melee only Fatalis speedrun. This is it. Hunting Horn is the last weapon. Okay. Spin to win Hunting Horn is probably Frostcraft. I'll probably have to run Frostcraft. I have to run Frostcraft, chat. Oh gosh. Okay. Maybe I should get water. These hunts are so brutal. Like, I don't know about you, chat. If any of you has sped run before, it's very intense. And by that, it's not only thing with time, but you are facing the mental, like you're fighting a mental battle constantly. I don't want to say it, but that's just what it is. You have to make sure that you're on top of your game. And like, remember, these weapons, all of these weapons, I'm going to tell you this, chat. All these weapons have different playstyle. How many of you have one name? And you know. And you know, chat, it's difficult to fight Fatalis. Not only with just one weapon, but imagine having to switch your mindset and approach every single time. I have to fix my mindset and approach. Cause if I don't, it's gonna be tough on me. I will just say that. It's not easy to adjust to each weapon. Different playstyles call for different adaptability, which is why I believe this is probably one of the most difficult things I've ever done. With Silly Goose. It's my last weapon. Okay, I'm gonna get more water, and I'll be right back, Chop. Okay. I'm gonna put on the ad break really quick, so that way when newcomers come, they don't have to deal with ad breaks. Payrolls are off in 20 more minutes, but I can probably do it a little longer. So let me just grab my water really quick, okay? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh! Why am I so bad? Why is my damage like this? Can you not say it? Oh no, I'm so dead. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. Why am I not doing damage, chat? Why am I not doing damage? Do I have to equip it? What's wrong with me? Gems we get, chat. We're not getting attacked. We don't need to take. We don't need attack for. We got the Challenger 4! Let's go! The Challenger 4! Let's go! We got the attack mule, the expert jewel, and the Challenger jewel! Always pinpoint anything that seems suspicious. If he's us here, you know, we clap your hands. What in the world? S and S time? Yes. This year's sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart. I don't care, go on and tell, be apart. I don't care if you do. It's your sky full of stars. Things here. Something like that. I don't remember. Alright, let's play. Oh no! Oh no, 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 no. I'm dead. I think 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 I'm dead. Oh no, I fucked up my run. I messed up my run. I lived? Podcast now. Oh my gosh. I think I checked it. It should be fine. What? Hello? Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's finish this chat. Hunting Horn. I think Hunting Horn might be a little bit easier than my Torch Blade run, I'm hoping. Let's finish this chat once and for all. Make sure I have every item. Oh, I'm running low on Ivy? So weird. Okay, I don't have any more smoke rats. Health augment? Do I have health augment? Let's see. I do not. Okay, good idea. Okay, collect harvest. Yes. Okay, so I don't need any more smoke nuts. I need more ivies. There we go. Okay. Alright, cool. I'll rent the Fatalis and then we're good. Thank you. Yeah. All the stuff goes back to the community. I was trying to. Oh, I gotta put it on. I'll print it. Okay, thank you. Okay, last one. Let's go, chat. Finish this. Yeah, all of that subs goes community. I make sure that it gets some more emotes and stuff. Okay, here we go. Fast cut. Okay. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cappuccino Cafe. Okay. Okay. Drink this. Okay. Let's get going. Let's finish that. Usually on city, right? How did you know, Juka? Yes, I do hang out with Fiddy a lot. Fiddy has taught me the ways of Elatron, and now I'm able to solo Elatron with all weapons, thanks to him. man, I was lucky on that one. Let's go. Oh shoot, sorry. Oh yeah. Make sure to add more timer on that. Thank you. Add a minute. Don't add too much on. That way. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Oh no, I got hit too much. And Charlie's just standing there menacingly. Of course. It's fine, we have Fortify. We'll be okay. That's okay, Jack. I'm not that hurt. Yeah, Fortify. Got enemy on our side. I got too greedy on that. The animation is very tough. Press R2 again, okay. Woohoo! I like that. Wait a second. Oh, this is spicy. Oh, I understand now. I understand now. Thank you. That helps. I learned something new. You see, Chuck? You're always learning something new, Monster Hunter. Whether it's 1,000 hours later, even 300. There was no way to cancel that. There was no way to cancel that. Now it's so you buy. Oh gosh. There was no way around that. Yes, I got punished really severely. But at least I know this shortcut. That's just regretty spaghetti. Like Frostcraft, you have to be careful. It is one of the strongest ones, but it's also like... it's a glass cannon. I should never take him lightly for this. I just gotta calm base. Nice. thank God. Oh, come on, you're joking me. Okay. Doing that. It's annoying that out of me. Period. What? My poor cat. Might as well just do that buff then. Sorry, stop. Oh my good lord. Can you shoot please? Thank you. Okay. Please. Oh, thanks for the follow. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. It's kinda hard. Bop. That's all I can do is bop for now. We're doing good. We're doing good. Oh, that's actually really good. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. There's a lot of construction noise here. So I had to mute my mic for a second. Come on. My bad. But I think we're good. Oh, hello. I'll take this. And then I wanted to go this way. Nice shipper. He didn't like that one. He didn't like that at all. Come on. Come on. Nice. Oh, that is spicy damage. Come on, no. Okay, we got this. Okay, got it. Okay, I've already sharpened, so I should be good to go. I think I gotta refresh my bus again. Thank goodness, I got it. As long as I got the XL. joking, man. How's it going? Nice, yeah. Okay.
強力なブレスです。黒龍の足元へ退避を。
Run, 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 run. What? Nice. I feel like I don't need rolling ballista to finish this. I mean, I just gotta keep my game up. Got this. Okay. You thought I was hot, huh? Silly gooses. Come on. Oh, ouchie's all. Come on. Oh, no way, this is good. Thank God I had MP metal. How's that paralysis, by the way? I needed it. Okay. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Oh no. Okay, maybe I might need a 10p mantle after all. Okay, replenish your items because we were out. Let's finish this. That was just bad of me. Okay, let's finish this. We have everything we need. Oh yeah. Yeah. Breathe. This is it. Come on. Come on. Okay. $20 minutes left to spare. Cut one. Need him on this side. Okay, close. Sharpen. Wow. We got this. Focus. He's on his last leg. I still have a binder. Nope. Not again. Oh yeah. Okay, he's yellow. Mobbing, you see? I think he's dead. Going ballista. And finish. Wow. Finish shot. Four hours, 16 minutes, and 36 seconds. Oh, what melee only! Fatalis speedrun. I felt like I could have gotten better on my charge bleed, cause charge bleed I lost a lot of time with failed mission, but you know what? We still beat it. I'm grateful. Thank you everyone. Hi. Oh my gosh.
Holy crap, you actually did it! We're all so proud of you, Reiko!
Oh, thanks.